Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev and also some trailer animation stuff, particularly backgrounds. I've had a reasonably eventful morning, but looking to get pretty focused today. I've got a lot to do, and unfortunately didn't get the sleep that I wanted, but you know, that's life. So it's quite hot here today, so I'll see how we go. I'm gonna try to just keep it work focused today. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's here in chat. Morning Mist, Digis Monkey, Virtue vs. Vice, Small Ocelot, MWP, welcome. As well as on YouTube, we've got Lofa Cat. Welcome. This is the first stream where closed captioning should be available. If you have an option to click closed captions on either Twitch or YouTube, please let me know, and then I'll know that it's working. So I want to say a big thank you to our most recent follower, River the Links, and most recent subscriber, Sneaky Pops. Thank you so much. Shall we get into it? Before we get too deep, I wanted to say to Small Ocelot, who happens to be in chat, I've been doing a little bit of work on some doors. So these are just, I guess, prototypes for now. But they can be selected from the door prefab menu, where you'll be able to just go to one of these and you should be able to press up, and then, you know, it works. So right now, actually, I haven't really tested what happens if I do this, but maybe we should. There you go. They're not great yet. I'm not actually comfortable with how they look just yet, but we'll see. I'm kind of a little bit in two minds, like whether they should be like caves or more just like passages, you know? Like, I'm just not sure. Like, it could be that we make this look like it's just a pathway that's going down beyond the background of the level. Right now it looks like that's down and into a darkness, but it doesn't have to be dark. So I don't know, I'm still figuring it out. We don't have to put a roof on it, is what I'm saying. It could just be a footpath that heads off to the back. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and commit this now so that you can at least use them in your levels that you're prototyping. So I've got to open fork and local changes, adds, new adds, updated door prefab door editor with more specific prefab selection, as well as new Orenstead Z door. I'm gonna push that right now. Yeah, I don't have Z doors for that. Well, the excavation ones, you can use the other one, the sloped roof one. But the point is, now what you should be able to do, if this is done right, is when you go to your door, previously what would happen is when you pressed a direction here, the options here wouldn't reflect, they wouldn't be limited by your first choice, but now they are. So if I go neutral, I can go Z door, Forest Gateway, or Orenstead. So now I only have 3 options when I've selected neutral. I have to press west to get these doors. There you go. I'm pretty happy with how it panned out. I think it's the system that I built here with like different door appearances. It's pretty good. The only thing that I would do beyond this, and maybe it would be a little bit limited, was to like, if we had like environment palettes, so like depending on what tile set and background we were using, the door just auto-selected an appearance that made sense for that space. But then we wouldn't be able to do, we wouldn't be able to do this, which is probably important to be able to say, well, let's make this one go towards the crucible, so we'll do the crucible door here. Anyway, you get the point. Cool. So yeah, that's done now. Also, we had some work come in from Elias, which I wanted to bring in. So, oh, we got 2 forks. I wanted to merge this in with development as well. Hedgehog breaks ensign use sounds. Bakes, that's right. Let's discard all of this. I don't think we need any of this. Or, no, that should be all fine. Wait, did it commit? Let's discard all this. And then merge in. Let's use development. And we're good to go. Cool. Yeah, it's just swapping sprite prefabs, exactly. So the door itself is just whatever it is. And then there are specific appearances, I call them. So the way that I made it work was I've got this scriptable object. There's just a list of different door appearances based on their prefabs. So they're all just prefabs from in the game. I drag them in here, and then this thing is accessible to all of the door game objects. And the door game objects go, hey, like, this is the kind of door that I am. This is the way you enter that door. But what does it look like? And it literally just attaches these prefabs to a game object called appearance. So that it just childs them to that, and then that's it. And they already know what layer each of the appearance sprites are on. So it's not just one sprite. Like in this case, there's like a little signpost game object. You can destroy that. There's multiple layers of door. Does that make sense? This should probably be. Oh, it is behind. Oh, how did I get that wrong here? And yeah, it just works that way. Hey, Miss Love. How's it going? Yeah. So I'm happy with that. Hey, Magnus. Now, the next thing that we want to do, or the thing that's most on our agenda today, it's already 1:30, is to work on, man, time flies. We're working on some references for backgrounds in a trailer. Now, I don't want to spend too long on these, but I've got to think about what I'm doing here. So, opening logo forest in the game, preferably clearings or a glade. Okay. So, I need to gather references for what that's going to look like. I can do that by grabbing some screenshots. I don't want to have to draw like a full thing from scratch here. I feel like that's not necessary. Hey, meow. Might just grab a couple more of these. I think this is the one that I was thinking of. No. I want that neighborhood scene, the neighborhood space. What? What? Or instead 2. Okay. What the heck is going on with my computer? All my things are moving around. Every file is going to a different monitor. Please. Click. Nope. Okay. Alright. I can't click that apparently. Why? Alright. Well. Wilderness Ruins. I'm going to cut that there. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move it inside of Unity. From here to there. And then close that. And then locate the file. This was back over to, what are we looking for? Shevin Cave tile set. .tsx. So that's fine, but actually what we want to do is do this. Boom. And boom. But that's actually not gonna work for some reason. We should be able to just delete all of this. Strange. Let me close it and open it again. What? There's Wilderness Ruins. Did something happen here? Oh, I see. It's the wrong kind of prototype. Yeah. It's literally the wrong size. Whew. Scared myself for a second there. It's upgraded from a 16 to a 32. I don't think this has rules for this kind of thing. Ah, there it is. Cool. Hey, Chartle. You used the C word? I don't know what word I used. Hey, Rob Roker. Thank you so much. Magnus says, why do you need to have the grotto entrance to have several layers? Does it have a little bit of parallax to it? Yeah, it's parallax. Miss Live says, how are you since you're heading a team now? Is the communication with the team going well? I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's been difficult to get comfortable doing that, but they're all very good. Daniel Chinchilla says, hey Adam, do you think about how the game will be received or reviewed eventually, or is it something that you don't give too much importance at this moment? I think about how it will be received constantly. That's huge for me. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have to. I feel like all design is built around the question of how something will be received. I feel like if you're not thinking about how it's going to be received, you're not really doing design in a way. Like caring about what the player is thinking and feeling and experiencing, that's game design, you know? Otherwise, you're just doing art, and that's not bad. Just doing something for the sake of your own, enjoyment is, I think, valid. I think it's okay. But I'm thinking about my game for players, I want people to enjoy it. That's why I'm making it. chicken. Hey, Felix. Magnus. Chardle, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, like we were playing Momodora 4 yesterday, and I was being very critical of it because that's how my brain works. But there are so many things in that game in the first 10 minutes where I was thinking to myself, I've made different decisions from this, specific decisions for my game to feel a certain way. That some of these decisions I think of as mandatory, like I have to do this for the sake of the game feeling good. And some of them are optional for the sake of like me expressing how I want the player to feel because of the mood or whatever. I think about both all the time. Definitely. Isn't Momodora quite minimalistic? Yeah, it is. But it's actually not... Like, Momodora has things that Insignia doesn't, and Insignia has things Momodora doesn't. Momodora has like a skid animation when you stop, or when you pivot. Like Insignia has a 1-frame pivot. Momodora, when you stop, she does like a whole like, whoa, before she stops. So it's not just that like, oh, my game's got more time put into it. It's like, where is the time being put? For me, like, for me, like being able to do like directional attacks is like a big deal in my game. And it's hard to explain because some of this stuff to me becomes a question of how willing are you to explore the space that your game world presents to you. So for me, like, you know, when an enemy attacks you in Insignia, there's a lot of energy put into animation to explain that an attack is coming. It's like, here it comes, I'm about to roll, and now I roll, right? I care about things at that level because I don't think that it's fun. I don't think it's like fun or fair to like have hitboxes just appear out of nowhere. It's just like not something that you can enjoy. So like that guy just then, like when he attacked, his hand like went way over his head, or like he's spent time, you know, preparing you for being attacked. And then there's a frame where the attack is coming and then the attack comes. So that's something that for me, like maybe it's because I want my game to be relatively more learnable or like gentle with the way that you fight enemies, but it means more work as well. Like, because I've got other systems that I want the player to learn later that require them to know how to do much more complicated stuff. So for me, because I've got all those layers, like I want the player to really understand, I want the player to engage with the simple stuff easily so that they feel confident to engage with the hard stuff later. Whereas Momodora, I mean, it's designed to be hard, but to me, I think there's like a hard but fair, which Momodora, at least in my playthrough yesterday, like I wasn't really feeling it, you know, like having just, if I like made Insignia a game where enemies did twice the amount of damage, it would be a harder game, but like, would it be more fun? Tension through just stakes, just raising the stakes, you know, it creates a different kind of thing. But to me, like communicating with the player is really important. That's just something that I don't want the difficulty be in understanding what the game is about to do. That shouldn't be the difficult part, you know? Gabriel says, did you design the dialogue system for your game by yourself? I designed it by myself. Yeah. Yeah, all of it. So, you know, when this happens, every aspect of how this works is custom, and the timeline that it plays in, this is custom. Everything's custom. Even this is going to trigger the dialogue. That's custom too. A lot of custom stuff. Yeah, so I don't know. I think like I've probably, I don't want to say over-engineered. I've made a game that's like, it's considered a lot. I've put a lot of consideration into the player experience at this point, like a lot more than I thought. But the thing is, it's just a different class of game at that point. Like there are just different, like I don't think Owlboy or Iconoclasts does less than Insignia. I think those do about as much as Insignia does. So I think it's just a different kind of game. Owonia says, I'm thinking of using Godot for making my game. I guess GDScript. Is there a language you prefer? I want to say my experience learning GDScript was really positive. I really enjoyed working with GDScript specifically when in Godot. I don't use Godot, I use Unity, but in the short time I had working with GDScript, it felt very natural. It felt really straightforward to me. So if someone said to me, Adam, C# is going away tomorrow and you have to, your next project that you make, like Unity is no longer getting support. It's only Godot. If you ask me how I feel about using GDScript in the future, I would say, yeah, great, no problem. So let's keep thinking about this stuff. Any other Forest Glade intro stuff that I want to share? Not really. I mean, other than maybe the lake. Get her out of the picture, but I want the moon in the picture. I'm going to ask actually. How are you doing the water reflections? Nope. I know what's the word? The question is formulated with a hope that maybe it's as simple as downloading something. I built this from scratch. It's a shader. I was inspired by a different game for how I built it, but I built it from scratch. It's in Shadergraph. Yeah. It's not complicated. It's just a little complex. So I can use GDScript to learn off of and then go on to use Unity. I think so, yes. Even though, like, even if Python is considered totally different from C#, even if that's the case, if you're building object-oriented code, it's not that different. It's not that different. How's dual streaming going? I think it's okay. I think it's good, yeah. I mean, it's a large viewer increase because we've got two platforms, but also like, so we've got 60 people on YouTube watching right now, and we've got 110 on Twitch. So 170, that's usually where we would peak out for Twitch. Like that would be the most that we would get. So to be like, you know, like 3 or 4 hours into a stream. So the fact that we're at that and we're like an hour in means that, you know, we might get another 100 across the two, which is good. 250 viewers is about as many as I've ever really been able to manage with, you know, having a conversation with. Otherwise, it gets a bit difficult. What's the next deadline you and the team are working towards? A demo, the first chapter, with the release-ready systems. All right. I'm going to continue gathering some references here. So we're doing a teaser trailer at the moment, and I don't have, so like I'm being asked by my producer to do some references on, to pass on to her team about, so that they can do backgrounds for the teaser. But I've never produced reference material for some of these frames. So there's a little bit of like, what do I do? Like, I don't even have concept art for some of this stuff. Yeah, I need to like be prescriptive, but I'm not sure exactly how prescriptive. So we're talking about a shot. I'm sort of, this is heading into a little bit spoiler territory for you pals. I mean, maybe it's too early for it to really be an issue, but this is me putting together like what's the word? Reference material for a trailer. I'm looking. So, I mean, maybe I could make this a little bit better. That's too steep. I mean, not steep enough. Overall, would you say that Unity is a better game engine than Godot and GameMaker? I think that Unity is a more mature engine than Godot and GameMaker. Better sort of remains to be seen a little bit. Like, better is kind of something that you could say maybe like 6 or 7 years from now, when they're both in a position where they're all equal in terms of the time that they've had put in them. I do think GameMaker has had enough time to be good, and it's not good, in my opinion. I don't like GameMaker. I just think, I mean, maybe for certain kinds of games, it's fine. But I think for games that require a lot of, what's the word? I think GameMaker it's hard for big games. It's not really designed in a way that makes it easy to make games that scale. So GameMaker's, my issue with it is that it's kind of built around this principle that you don't need, it's, let me just focus on what I'm talking about for a second. My issue with GameMaker is that there are kind of like principles or like linguistic like foundations for how programming works, like class, function, object, script. These things mean something in most programming. And GameMaker tries to do something where it re-architects what all of these words mean. It redefines all these words in a way that makes it a little bit easier for you to get started. And the whole engine is built around this idea where, like, if you don't know anything about code or games or anything, and you start using GameMaker, you'll actually be able to do things quite quickly at the beginning just getting a room with characters in it, and you can move around the room, or a simple kind of like board game or something, card game. That stuff's quite easy to do in a short amount of time for Game Maker, but there are a lot of very powerful ideas that other traditional game engines leverage that have to do with like programming paradigms that Game Maker isn't really built around. So the paradigm, I'm not experienced enough in programming to describe this because I don't really work with these kinds of languages, but it feels like functional programming over object-oriented programming. And I think compositional object-oriented programming is the most powerful way to make games, in my opinion. There are other ways like data-oriented design and ECS. That's kind of like on top and in addition to object-oriented. For like the game logic layer, I think object-oriented compositional is like the right way to do it. For anything that's like major, like you want to use more like data-driven design, and that's cool too. But Game Maker, it's really hard to do either of those things in Game Maker. And the engine, the interface is built around this idea that you don't leave the little walled garden of Game Maker. You don't use your own text editor. You don't define objects outside of the internals of the editor. Everything is designed at load time. And you can always with code do anything. You can circumvent all those limitations, but at that point you might as well not be using Game Maker. If you're going to rebuild how runtime objects get instantiated in Game Maker, you might as well use no engine, in my opinion. So that's kind of, it's a bit vague for those of you who don't know much about programming. But I would just prefer to learn, I would just prefer that you learn in an engine that has more, that just maps more closely to other things you can use. Yeah. I don't know Flip Switch, do you use Game Maker? You probably do. I think you might actually. I just don't like it. I know you can make, I know there are it's not about what you can and can't make. I just think what the tools are built for. And you use ClickTeam Fusion, right? Is ClickTeam Fusion? No, that was Iconoclast was in what's it called? HTML5 based thing, Construct. Okay, so you don't like ClickTeam. Oh, it's related to Construct. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Wow, Fusion came before Construct. Have you ever considered using, even Godot I think would be great for you, Flip Switch. Hey, John Anthony. Thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. John says, been a fan for, this is a super chat from YouTube. John says, I've been a fan for a while and just wanted to thank you for inspiring so many, including myself. Thank you. Thank you so much, John. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I think this is the thing. You should be really considering your targets when you're working on anything. So if I had to split Unity and Godot, I would say Godot it's good for web. It's good for hobby stuff or just getting learning. And it's good for very DIY style projects. If you're planning to do a lot in the engine to modify it, to build on top of it, you can. I think it's not unwise to invest in Godot. I think it's fine to work inside of it. The problem is that what Unity does that Godot doesn't really do very well is multi-platform. and like its ecosystem. So the asset store, all of the different tools that it has, plugins, etc. These things are really, really, really far along in Unity. That if you're making like a big boy game, like you want to make like Project Triangle Strategy, you know, or you want to make like a game that, like, hang on a second, can I, Jumpster on YouTube, if you could just not spam the chat, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I think like if you're making a game that or even something that's like potentially quite, that has a lot of like sequencing, or that requires like a lot of like editor customization, and also has a really good like graphics pipeline. These things, Unity is more of a product in that sense. It's just a more established product. And you could go even further along that line and talk about Unreal. And Unreal has an even more established and even more set way of doing these things. So Godot is very lightweight, you know. It's super streamlined, and it does a couple things really well. I would say Godot's like interpreted language setup is really like it's a really great architecture. The node system, it's good stuff, but they've got a long way to go before like you're building like if your game has like 10 people working on it, like 5 to 10 people. I should flip these. Like you want to use like Fmod, and you want to like the thing is, nothing is impossible. But I just think like the kinds of games that you want to make, if you're making a game with this many people, are probably games that we're using Unreal Engine. And it's really hard to explain the specific reasons why, because this is all just made up. Like I just said that, right? But it typically comes down to little things like, how much do you need the editor? That's what it comes down to. How much do you really need the editor and the tools behind the editor to make your game possible? You know, like a game like Spelunky. I don't think that game really needed much of an editor. So that game could easily have been made in Godot. Or even just a bunch of graphics libraries or whatever. You probably didn't even need Godot to make Spelunky. Because it's not really very cinematic. It doesn't have like a lot of different systems. You could build it without a bunch of different people working on like scene editing, because it's procedural. So at a certain point, you can make anything with anything, right? There's no like line where I'm saying like you can't work on a 20 plus people game inside of Godot. I'm not saying that's the case. It's more just about suitability out of the box, you know. Out of the box, Godot isn't really suitable to do a lot of that stuff. Even Unity, I would say, is not as suitable as I'd like it to be. Like, I'd love if Unity was like a better engine. I've complained about it a lot. But of the options that exist, I think Unity does what it's trying to do pretty well. All things considered. But of course, yeah, that comes at a cost too. You know, you still have to deal with all the licensing BS, the fact that it's a private company. But I think we've shown them that we can. I don't think that they're really able to get away with whatever they want to do, or at least a better way to put it would be, I think that they have realized that they kind of need their developers in a way that if we revolt, their business gets eaten. So I think they value us, even if they're completely selfish. I think they value their developers a little more than they did in October 2023. So I wouldn't be too worried about the licensing stuff, unless you're not happy with the current license. If you don't like the current Unity license, then it's not for you. I wouldn't be worried about them changing it like tomorrow or anything like that. Like the John Riccatellos, like I don't know if that. I hope that era is behind us. You know. It doesn't seem that I ever see you choose a canvas size. Is that a bad assessment? It's not infinite, but it's really, 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 really big. You don't really set a canvas size. If you want to export something, you can just select it and then you can export it. How can I get in touch with you? I'd love to show you what I'm working on. With me? Or are you talking to Nia? Nia. It might be that you're talking amongst each other. Are you open up the game for early access testing? Yeah, there's an alpha. If you check out our Discord, you should be able to find it. Or maybe the light should be coming from the other way. Backlit. With the sun all the way off on the horizon. Yeah. I made a mistake here, I think. I'm using Leonardo to draw. Is it too dark? Probably shouldn't have made the water so dark. Probably should have made it lighter than everything else. I am. I'm pretty locked in. I get a bit like that sometimes. I just kind of like fully focus, and my brain. I can't even remember what like to look. I can't even remember not to look like a crazy person. Like my eyeballs get like pop out of my head. Sailorman says, Adam, before you mentioned you complained about Unity, I wanted to know what would be your number one request for a fix or addition to the engine. So unfortunately, my issue with Unity is not something that it doesn't come from one issue. It actually comes from a philosophical kind of like ongoing set of issues that I think Unity struggles with. Chiefly, the thing is, they don't finish their features. They'll design something, they'll put it in the engine, and in the state that they leave it in is kind of like the weakest, least developed, least, like, it's not representative of what you would need for that feature to be in the context of an actual game. Because they didn't build an actual game out of it. That's the problem. They just sort of went, well, I guess you probably need this and this and this feature, and that's what we'll build, and then they built it, and they say, okay, well, that's it, we're done now. That's the problem. So the timeline system, it's not really a complete system. You kind of have to mod the timeline system if you want it to do more than what comes out of it. Or the tile set system. It's not a complete tile set system. It's not a full solution. You kind of have to build on top of it to get what you need out of it, to get it to do what anybody would want to do. And it's like that with a lot of stuff. Like outside of the most basic things. You know, but tools shouldn't be that way. Tools should empower you. They should be things that when you look at them, you go, oh man, I can do this and this. And like they should, you know, inspire creativity. They shouldn't limit creativity by only being good at like one thing. It's a little steep. Hey Raiders, welcome. Oh, thank you, Strategy. What games am I currently playing? I've never played Citizen Sleeper. I'm currently playing... we just finished Mario Sunshine yesterday, which I thought was extremely average, if I can be so bold. I thought it was so meh. I couldn't believe it. Every game since Mario 3? That's crazy. Am I using a mouse? No, I'm using a tablet. I mean, Odyssey, Galaxy, those don't push your buttons. They don't tickle your fancy. Those are great games, come on. But man, Sunshine, oh, that game is rough. It's just like not a good game, in my opinion. Like it's just not built very well. Like I found myself so many times being like, why did they put this in? Why did they keep this? Like, why didn't they fix this thing? Or why did they do this at all? Like this was a bad idea to put in this game. Like so many times I found myself saying that. Like this sequence is terrible. Bad that a part of a game was in a game before Sunshine. And I felt that about this game constantly. I was like, oh geez, a lot. Which is not what you want to feel. Tedious is a word. Oh man, it's so... Sunshine is so tedious. Even like the last level, it feels so rushed. It feels so like, oh, and Bowser. Like, what? You can't do that. Like, and the level itself is like the boat at the end is so bad. There's this thing where you're just like, and a mechanic pops up that like shows up like in one other time in the game, and it's literally like the most aggravating sequence of gameplay that does not feel fun. It's not an expression of like the best parts of the game. It's just this thing. It's just this like thing that you have to do at this point in the game, and it's just the worst. I have very rarely felt that way in a Mario game. Like, this is the worst. But Sunshine has so many moments like that where I just feel like it's the worst. Oh, the physics are so bad. I didn't, you know what, the pachinko level, assuming it's the one that I did, I didn't find it that hard. I kind of just breezed through it, but let me just make sure it's the right level. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I was, maybe I got lucky. But that took me like 5 minutes, the pachinko sequence. This thing. Yeah, I figured this out pretty quickly. But it does this thing. Did you get a The things that I don't like is Mario, Sunshine, No Flood. The no flood levels are so bad, man. The Sandbird. Oh, the thing that was heinous about the Sandbird, which is a problem with this game in general, is this situation where it does this thing. Mario, like, it's the equivalent of this thing that they did in Dark Souls, where the Painting Guardian section of Dark Souls, where you're up on the rafters in Anor Londo. It's like you're in this big cathedral and you're way up in the rafters and you're walking along these little tight ropes, you know. The game is not designed to be a platformer. Why are we doing platforming in this game? That happens in Mario with the Sandbird because there's this sequence where there's this giant bird made out of blocks, right? It's literally just a bird made out of cubes. And it's got these... It's doing this thing where it at one point it banks. It totally rolls over 90 degrees. And the strategy that I think they wanted you to do is to stand... There's like a part where one block goes up. So if you stand here, right here, when this rolls, what is the ground here will become a wall, and what is the wall here will become a ground. Mario is like this tall, so it's one block and he's about 2 blocks tall. The problem is that the physics is not designed for you to do any of that. So like you will... The game does this thing where like, if a block is at this angle, this like 90 degree angle, Mario will slide down it. That's the thing. Mario likes to slide down things. So if you're standing here, he'll slide this way or he'll slide this way. And the only way to not slide is to be running up it. So like you have to be moving in the, like against the roll of the thing. Otherwise Mario will just go into this like feet first butt slide, you know, where he's just sort of, he'll just slide on his butt down the thing. And it will do that in the least, like you can be not touching the controller and he'll just slide off it. Because the bird is moving in physics, right? The bird's moving through the level and you're on this little ledge here, and it's not got a great like collision detection system for what is ground and what's not ground. And it's hard to do anyway, but like it's not good. Also, this other thing that really bothers me to hell is this thing where like they'll have cubes in the game, yeah? And in these levels where you don't have the flood system, when you know, this is ground, this is not ground, fair enough. But the geometry for these things is not like this. It's actually chamfered. So it's like a little bit has been chopped off on the corner to make it look a little smoother. And that's fine for aesthetics, but the geometry, the collider is not a cube. The collider has this little edge on it. So if you're Mario, what will happen is if you're jumping from all the way over here and you land on this thing and you land here, Mario will be forced into a deceleration state where he'll walk a couple steps and you can't jump out of it. You're like, he's in like a slowdown state. And then he hits the slope, which puts you in the slide state. And then he falls off the edge. So even though you landed on the platform, you are destined to fall off the platform because you didn't land exactly where you needed to land. That is absolutely, that's a game design sin. I would not ship a game where that could happen because it doesn't feel fair. It's just not. There's no scenario where you can justify, I landed on the platform, but I didn't land on the platform in a good enough way, even though I didn't touch any buttons. You know, what it really means when you do this is that like this jump that you've created from up here, actually the valid landing space is inside of the platform. You can only land on the platform properly if you're in here. If you land on the platform out here, you're going to fall off. That's bad game design. It's just not fair to the player. The acceptable collision space for any platforming should always be, and in hitbox as well, for like combat. If this is an enemy, that's their visual representation, you should always design the space to be a little bit bigger than the enemy. What you're doing is you're being generous to the player. Like, I built a video game, it's not perfect. But in the areas where it's not perfect, you should get a little bit of grace, you know, not the other way around. So the collision for this shouldn't be smaller than the block, or at least the valid collision space shouldn't be smaller than the block. It should be a perfect cube, and it should be, if not exactly the same size as the cube, a little bit bigger. Like, make it a little bit more generous. That's good game design, because players can't see the colliders, so it's not fair to them anyway. So if you're going to make a system that's not fair, it should be not fair in their favor, not fair against their favor. Other than these debatably buggy mini stages, though, the atmosphere was super nice. Oh yeah, I mean, I like that aspect of it. I think that Sunshine represents something that solves a problem that they've had for a little while now. So like, Galaxy feels like a huge epic, yeah? And I mean, Galaxy, it's huge. It's like multiple planets, a galaxy of planets. Odyssey is like a grand adventure. Like, you can't have a bigger journey than an Odyssey. Like, the Iliad is huge. But where do you go from there? You know, it's like the power creep of Mario titles is going up. And Sunshine did something where, rather than make Mario purely more crazy and give him even more stuff, they moved it in a different direction. They created a new little space with the flood system. They were like, okay, let's explore Mario in this little space here, and we'll make it tropical themed, and that'll be a game. And you can keep doing that with other games. You know, you're no longer limited if you aren't trying to purely power creep your own systems. I think at this stage, they're probably having a rough time at Nintendo figuring out what the next Mario game should be. I would be concerned about it if I was Shigeru Miyamoto, because it's like, where do you go from Odyssey? Like, you just got to make something up, right? Like, you've already done the Cappy thing. Like, what other aspects of Mario can you build a full game out of? And like, you can't lean on the new Super Mario Brothers aesthetic anymore. That's done. Like, Wonder is the death knell of the 2D new Super Mario thing. So now you got to do something different. But what are you going to do? Afternoon. Any advice for someone who's anxious about starting to stream pixel art? I'm a terrible artist. Hey, Blueberry Oatmeal, what's the goal for you? Why are you streaming pixel art? What's the hope? It's actually something, that thing about Mario, they're kind of in a similar space with Smash Brothers. Like, I think they should make a smaller Smash Brothers, not a bigger one. They've already done all the big. You get a reset, make it like 10 characters, super simplify it, but make those characters really deep. I guess that's what they did with Street Fighter. Although Street Fighter, I feel like, struggled a little to maintain content after that, because the characters are too deep, they're too hard to get right. I'm not sure. Odyssey 2. I feel like Odyssey 2, if they were going to do that, they should have done that 3 to 4 years ago. You know what I mean? Odyssey 2 should have come out 3 years after Odyssey 1. But it's now been like 7, 8 years, so it's like, you better be doing something really good. You better have a really good game up your sleeve. I feel like Nintendo, with this launch, they have the power to either revive faith in their entire platform and rise above the Switch and make it feel like we're in a new Nintendo Classic era, or make it feel like the Switch was just a blip on the radar. Because I see if you look at like was ARMS a Switch release? Wow, that's a shame. So like, if you take a second here to look at this. This was a Wii U game. This don't count. This is cool, but this is also a Wii U IP. But it's Splatoon 2, so okay, like, you know, that's cool. ARMS is cool, new IP, nice. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that's a Wii U game. Is this Pokken Tournament? If it is, it's a Wii U game. Odyssey, good. Kirby, cool. Donkey Kong Country, that's a Wii U game. Toad, pretty sure that's a Wii U game. It's like, at a certain point, like a lot of these games, Breath of the Wild, yeah, that was a Wii U title. At a certain point, the issue is that like the Switch got a good start in its release cycle because it had Zelda and it had Mario. That's good. And it had a couple of new IP. That's a good start. You need basically at least two major, I think, like new games to old IP, classic IP. Like you really need that. You can do all of the remakes, you can do all of that, but you need first party flagship titles that are gonna like sell the system. But the Switch had a lot of like pulling in from like areas where like they're kind of double dipping. The Switch had a lot of double dipping. You know, this is double dip. Ultimate is kind of a double dip on Smash 4. That's in my opinion. You know, Super Mario Brothers U Deluxe, that's a double dip. Like there's a lot of games that are big games, but it's like you kind of like lifted that from your previous console. Yeah, the Pokemon games are good, but they're not good additions to those IP. So like, when did they come out? Sword and Shield. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit late, and they needed to be really, really good versions of those. So like, yes, Pokemon, but like, you can't just pull from like. I don't think you can trust Game Freak and the Pokemon Company to lead a platform anymore. They still make a ton of money, but they don't like. I don't think that they inspire confidence in the platform. You know, I haven't bought a Pokemon game in 2 generations basically, because I just don't think that they're good anymore. But you know, that's just me. So yeah, like in my opinion, like Animal Crossing was good. I think that was a good one. AC. You need a few games like that. You need a few good games from new IP. Even like, where's Metroid Dread? That was here, right? Where is Dread? Not here. Anyway. So I think, like with Nintendo, because they were on a downbeat with the Switch library, they should really be looking to create an upbeat. They should really be able to be like coming out swinging with good games. And I'm just not sure they got them. I'm just not sure that they're out there. I mean, maybe they'll surprise us. We'll see. It'd be great if they do. I'd be super, super happy to be surprised. But I feel like they'd be... What I don't get is why they're not singing from the rooftops. I don't get that. I feel like it's so late. You know, like that big showcase in like April, like, man, that's a little late. Big showcase in April, like, isn't the thing coming out like just after that? Like May, June? Isn't that like when the system's coming out? So like, shouldn't you be like getting us hyped about your new console? And like, that's the only thing about the Switch 2 that I'm a little bit, I don't know, you know, a little bit unsure about it. Just because I feel like we should be getting different. You know, we should be like, there should be different vibes happening right now than what there are. And the vibes that I feel like we're getting are like, we don't know. We're kind of figuring it out. Like, just be patient. When like what we should be getting is like, get ready for the greatest console ever. Like, that's what Nintendo should be doing right now. You know, we got all this speculation. They're so quiet. Like, why are they so quiet? And the other thing is that like it should be pretty straightforward. Like the Switch 2 is like, if they don't have, like, for example, another thing about downbeats, you know, like the Switch 1 OS is a real stinker, in my opinion. It's lean, and that's okay for launch, but it stayed lean the whole console generation. Like, it doesn't, the system doesn't like do that much. There aren't like themes. There's no like, there's no, what's it called? Everybody votes channel, or like Miiverse or anything like that. I didn't do anything interesting with the like broader community aspects of the game, of the engine, or the console. So like, where did that stuff go? You know, it's like, are we really in a position where like we can't afford to do that stuff? Like, is it that you just think that stuff's like not, is it too frivolous? You know, like, is that not your brand? Like, why aren't we seeing those things which really defined Nintendo 2 generations ago? You know, I thought the Wii U's system software was actually really cool. I loved Miiverse. Do you know, I was like a, what's the word? I use that as like social media. Like I would post all the time on that thing. I'd draw like pixel art on the touchpad, and I would like share it and stuff. And I'd see how many, like, what were they called? Yeahs? I'd see how many yeahs I could get. Hey, Damien. Yeah. And I just am a bit, it's just disappointing that they're not chasing that really anymore. It doesn't feel like a priority to them. And I hope that it was just a one-time thing. I hope that it's just like, oh, no, that was just for the Switch 1. And now that the Switch 1 was such a huge success, like we have so much profit and whatever, we can go back to doing that stuff. You know, because that really defines who we are as a platform and our brand, and we don't want to stop making, you know, awesome community, you know, platforms like in our console, within our consoles, you know, because I love that stuff. Like, that stuff's so Nintendo, and I don't know. Like, creating community is it's a cool thing that they have a power to do that other consoles kind of don't. Other platforms kind of don't do that. I wonder if almond should be bigger in the frame or smaller in the frame. I'm not sure. think maybe bigger. He does have cloud vibes. Nintendo's in a weird spot with consoles. They always want to do something new, but they have had basically a monopoly on handheld gaming, and I think they kind of stuck with the Switch because they want to grasp onto the market for all it's got. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I kind of agree with you, where I can see that they are trying to, they're trying to play the market that they've got a good position in, right? It's like where they're at. So in a way, it's like, well, of course they would do that, you know? And I think that their strategy, they made a play in like 10 years ago, 20 years ago almost now with the GameCube, not to go for power, right? They made that choice, and that choice carried them through the Wii, the Wii U, like past the GameCube into the Switch. That choice to like not try to cash in on power and actually just make good games. I think that's succeeded for them. I think that's they're right to have done that, and I think that strategy's probably paid off at this point. But you have to make the games. You have to make the games. If you can't make the games, the strategy's pointless. So even though they've got power now, they still need the games. And the whole idea should be, the strategy that Nintendo should be pursuing right now is, hey, our consoles are easier to make games for, so you should make games for our consoles, and they sell just as well. Our consoles sell, our games sell, so make your game on our console because it's actually feasible to do so. It's market viable to make your game on this console and to make money from it. That's for developers, that's the promise. Did the GameCube not have games? I mean, it had them, but they weren't very good. No, not all of them were. I mean, unless you're like a diehard Nintendo fan, I feel like the GameCube's one of the weaker consoles. Because you got to compare it to like the PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. Those consoles had it going on. Like Final Fantasy X versus Mario Odyssey. You know? What I want to go for here. I want this kind of like, it's almost Twilight where we are, but it's bright still in the valley. But I want it to be not so red. The problem with Switzerland is it's so green. Image. It's this, but it's not quite so gold. It's my issue. There's no way to tweak that. I don't know what aggressive angle poster is, but we're gonna have a look. No. I lost my poster. I had a really cool one that I was working on of this time of day, and I lost it. Such a shame. Change in demographics? There is a change in demographics, I think, but I think that change comes from like I think it's a widening, not a shrinking or an aging. Like I feel like gamers are getting older, sure, console gamers, yes, but I also think like you can't afford for that to be your strategy. You can't afford to be like, oh, you know, we should cater to the audience that currently plays our console. It should be, this is a family console. Everyone needs one of these things. It plays everything. That's what the Wii was. Maybe it's something like this. ergonomics. I try to take breaks. That's really what I try to do. I don't do a great job of it. It's now 3:30, which puts us right here. I was supposed to do more with this shot. Why not use AI? Honestly, I trust myself better than AI. And it's not AI. The promise of AI is not something that is particularly appealing to me from a creative standpoint. If it's just getting references, that's one thing, but AI does this thing that I feel quite strongly about. If you're going to do something yourself, right, you are taking every step of the way, yeah? And you can always branch off as you're working to explore different things, yeah? So like from sketch to like, color, polish, like you're there every step of the way, and you can make lots of different sketches in different directions, and then you can try to with different colors. This process, if you are using AI, what you do is you start here and AI drops you here. And when you're here, it's very hard to get polish. AI drops you in, and it's very hard to make critical decisions about more core aspects of the thing that you're looking at when you use AI. Because AI gives you something that's so fleshed out, some picture or whatever. It's so fleshed out that it's really tempting to just say, oh, yeah, that's good enough. That's kind of what I was thinking about. And then move on. When really you could have arrived, maybe this is not really what you would have gone for, style-wise, color-wise, whatever. If you had done it yourself, you just would have been on a different journey. So AI kind of does this thing where it makes you complacent, and I don't like that. I value flexing my creative muscles. In fact, I think that it's actually kind of tragic to give AI control over your creativity, because you are trying to make something, right? The reason why I'm making a game is to express myself. Why use a robot? Why use a machine to do the thing that I want to do? You know what I mean? It's like, let's use AI to make, farming easier. Let's use AI to make cleaning easier. Let's use AI to do all the things that we don't want to do more easy for us. Let's invent robot vacuum cleaners that do a really great job of minimizing, electricity usage while getting the most cleaning done. Whatever. AI ironers, AI clothes cleaners. Why are we using AI to make the creative process more diluted? I want to create things. That's what I'm here for. This is the part that I like. So to skip all of this is it's just impatient. You're just being impatient. And the really sad thing comes from what happens when everyone's using AI. I mean, have you been to Pinterest lately? Have you seen what it is? It's just a wasteland. Like, it actually degrades the world around it. It makes it harder to even, like, have good stuff at a certain point. Not exactly the same, but as a programmer, I welcome AI to do the actual writing of the code for me. I hate that part. I've written that exact code 1,000 times before most of the time. Yeah, there's a line. I think there's a real line here between and code is closer. Pardon me. So I'm here, right, and I want to write this code. Sometimes I know exactly where I'm going. And if the code goes, oh, I see where you're going, let me get there for you, that's great. If it's like one little beep, and it just gets you, if it's like, I was going to write a for loop and it just writes the for loop for you, that's cool. The problem is, anytime it guesses a little further than that, like anytime it bakes in hard numbers, anytime it picks a specific sorting algorithm or like a specific like way of doing something, like it uses a switch case here, but I don't know if I would have used a switch case, but I guess that works. That, as soon as you do that, now you're back here again. You're in this place where you're kind of just window shopping for code. You're not really writing the code. You're just sort of watching somebody else code. And the watching is the part that's bad. The second you take your foot, the second you go from leaning in to leaning back and you're going, yeah, you get complacent or you're watching it do something, I hate that. That's the bad part. Because that's the part where you become a worse programmer or a worse artist. You become a middle manager for a machine. Hey, Fiera. Welcome. I think I am, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, the stuff that is laborious, the stuff that you are always going to do anyway, fine. Because there's no creativity there, right? There's no sense in just repeating what a million people have written in the past. If you're just writing a for loop and you go FOR, open bracket, int I equals. As soon as you do that, it's like, yeah. Like, we know. Sure. The second the thing that you're doing requires actual human creativity and design, you have to stop. Why not get a partner? Hey, Kin, I have 5 partners. I do have a partner. You should check out my YouTube channel. I have a video all about it. Actually, yeah, I think I mentioned it in the video. Polyamory in the chat. What? All right. I think I need one more of these references if I can get it. Oh, 5 partners. Oh, they're very funny. Okay, but I'm seeing you do all coding and art. Okay. That's because I like to do those things. If at the end of this process, I never got to do any coding and art, I will have erased myself from my own game. Why would I do that? Why would I choose that? Of course I want to do programming and art. But they're also doing coding and art and sound and music, you know? Everyone's doing a bit of coding and art. It sounds like you just really want the game to come out as soon as possible, which I don't have a problem with that. I get it. But, you know, fast is... fast is relative. Interesting. Hmm. Oh God, 8K. I guess that's okay. I could probably shrink it a lot if I just do this. Oh, it's only 1.6 megs. Okay. Probably should have made this tree more like the other one. That's better. All right, I'm gonna move on. We'll see what Yumna says. Oh, no worries, Kin. Am I going to rework my main character animations? Probably not. How does the perspective work for the last building in the town? Like when you're outside of the town, it's straightforward, but when you're in the town, it's rotated? Nope. That's the town center. That's the town center. The thing here that I have had to change, which I wish I didn't have to change, the design for this town is that it's in a U shape, but that you walk along that U across left to right. That's the idea, anyway. The only thing is, people, when I made the camera work that way, people didn't like it. So all the parallax of the terrain back here used to be inverted. And it makes it feel like the whole game is... Let me show you what I mean. I mean, if I just take everything in this level and I invert the parallax. See how like now it makes sense in a different way? Oh, it doesn't really work the same way, but see this? Again, doesn't really work right now like this, but that's the idea. I just turned it off because it makes people nauseous. So instead you look at it like this. No, like even in the previous scene, I used to make it, I mean, I think it still technically works that way in the previous scene. Like this, see how like the camera looks left and right like that? The idea is that like we are stationary and we're looking left and right following the player as opposed to running along with the player. Yeah, I like it too. It's just that consistently people go, is the parallax wrong? When it worked, it used to work like this in the next scene. It used to feel like this and move like this. Sorry if this question is stupid, but can you select non-adjacent text or files in documents or on the web? Control click or shift click. Control click doesn't work for me. Control click, 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 click is non-adjacent. Shift click, click gives you all the ones in between. Yeah. I guess it's because it stops so suddenly like this. Maybe that's the thing that doesn't jive so well. This, people just get a lot better. They just like seeing things move. The tracking camera is maybe just more familiar. There's also something else that I think may be contributing to this, which is that when the camera is stationary, I need to test this in real life, what actually happens. When the camera is stationary, if you turn your head, do the things in the, like, see, sorry about that, pals. See this line here? See how the top of this building, when I look left and look right, the top of this building relative to the mountain moves a little bit. I don't know if that happens in real life. That's the only thing. Like in real life, maybe nothing moves. Maybe the camera just reveals more stuff. I don't know. I think it would be, but like when I'm sitting here on the computer, like when I look left and right, it actually does move. Like my computer monitor versus the back of the room, if I tilt my head to the left, as I move my head, things in the front do seem to move relative to the background. Even if I'm keeping my head as still as possible. Like, don't just move your eyes, move your head. Maybe because I'm way too close. Yeah, maybe it's too much. I actually don't know how to minimize it. Maybe I'll have to figure out how to do it. But if you just move your eye, everything's still. So maybe it just shouldn't be nearly as drastic, if at all. It probably should be basically nothing. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Anyway, okay, we got here by 4 o'clock. Whole walls, that's not done today. Did I do this stuff? Yeah, I did. So it's now 4:08. It's already, wait a second. Yeah, hang on. This took until there, and now we are here. I gotta take a break. See you, pals. See you in a bit. Okay. Yeah, man. Task management in Figma. You know why? You know why task management in Figma? Because I can make all the other apps inside of Figma. That's the crazy stuff. I can sit here and go, oh yeah, I need Trello. And I can make Trello. And then I go, oh, I need to take these Trello cards and I need to schedule them into my day. And then I can do that. Now I've got things that I am going to do in my day penciled in. That's great. It's not for today. This goes back over here. It's a big task. I can do it tomorrow or something. You know, I just got flexibility when I do it that way. Hey, Tower Slayer. Thanks for the raid. And also, I also have all of my team schedule stuff made in Figma too. Like who's available when. Made that in Figma. Meetings, timelines, it's all Figma. I'm going to learn how to do Figma programming soon. What I want to do is make like an Atom Tools Figma script that lets me make this stuff interactive. Like populate, like I want to do a thing, for example, that can basically calculate something based on the contents of a frame. So I can actually like count how many of these things there are and then output the number over here or something like that. I think that's possible. Anyway. So, Bookmoth, let's have a look. Oh, they just delete. Okay, well, let's try to fix him. Make him do more than that. Ooh, it's gonna rain. Is a bookmoth a character? It's an enemy. Okay, great. That's perfect. So now we just need scan line death. Plug that in here. And then it's going to say death state is scanline death. That's easy. That's how easy it is for me to add new states for my enemies. So check this out. I can make him do a... Oh, no? Oh, I must have a delete function inside of this. Yep. Okay. Turn it off. Uh-oh. 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 Too many coins. Didn't quite get that right. Isn't is doing a function that I can call on anything that's... Hey, Rastaplan. That's a cool name. Thank you for watching. Huge difference. Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. There we go. Oh, that's perfect. You see that? Perfect. That's what I want to see. But they didn't turn red. Do they have a shader manager on them? They might not have the shader itself. Still no. What you got? What you got? You got enemy material. Yeah. Okay. Weird. Why can't... Do I have the shader manager? I should do. Ah, I didn't plug it in. Okay. Still no. But these, I know these are supposed to turn red when I hit them like that. I know that. Am I wrong? Like this guy, when I hit you, orange. Combat shader. Another shader. Okay. Another shader thing. Alright. Let's add that in. I didn't see it. I still don't think it's happening. Does that need to be plugged in? Maybe it does as well. Oh, it doesn't have a stun. Maybe that's something. I mean, what about this thing? It's only got 1 HP as well. It doesn't have a stun either. Does the life component reference anything? Nope. I don't know why it's not doing it. What reference is this? Update. Okay. If time.unscale time minus time at animation start. Yeah, but when does this? Oh, on take damage. Oh, that doesn't seem right. What's calling that? What happens if I remove that? This combat shader. It still works. So then I'm not convinced that I needed it to begin with. I'm pretty sure it's just the thing called Shader Manager that actually is important here. And that's already there. So then what is driving? Hey, Expedition. I didn't see it. My mic processing settings. Have you got this mic? I mean, I really don't have much going on at the moment. Literally at the moment, I've got a limiter set to this and I don't have a noise gate anymore. I took it off. I did notice that my voice sounds deeper than it did. Oh, hey, K-Bunny. I missed your message ages ago. But thank you so much. Yeah, I took everything off and I got a new mic. And I feel kind of like a lot of people have been criticizing a specific streamer online because of their mic settings, saying that it seems like they boost the bass on their mic. It really is the microphone. Like, I don't have anything on this thing. I'm not using any EQ. I'm not doing anything. This is what my voice actually sounds like if you were to sit next to me in real life. But on shitty mics, obviously it sounds like different because you don't get the bass tones coming through. I really am not using anything. And I feel like criticizing somebody for their mic settings is kind of weird. Because like everyone does EQ or like at least like, clean up. So, I don't know. It's not like there's an objective reality to this stuff. No, I'm not. Well, I have Motive installed on the computer and I've used it to lower the gain on the mic, but nothing else. Hey, Rasterplan, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Thank you. Yeah, like I installed Motive. I mean, you can see it if you want. I'm just not using it. But because there is firmware open existing, whatever, this thing. Okay, whatever. This, all I did was go into the, I guess because it's being used right now, you can't update it. But all I did was turn down the monitor, and then I've got the compressor on light, and then I've got the gain down. The auto level was peaking it. So I turned this down to about here. And then it's doing a denoiser and a popper stopper. It doesn't have the high pass filter on. I turned that off. So I've just basically tried to take away a lot from the signal. Because I don't need it. I've got a pretty quiet room. You might be able to hear my neighbors though without the noise filter. It's a little bit of processing, but not like it's the minimum amount. But the thing is, I'm not even using that software right now. That's not what's processing the signal. So does the book moth have a life component? It does. Armored, invincible, base health. I mean, give it 10 HP even. Why not? Ooh, it doesn't have the animate plugged in. That might be an issue. Also, I don't really like how its health bar is kind of invisible. Still no. What am I missing here? What's set up differently? That works straight away. I don't know why the moth doesn't. Maybe it's because I'm circumventing whatever's going to set this shader manager. So this thing's listening for what? Log hit. Which comes from core life log hit event. Core is character. Enemy is character, right? Enemy is a type of character. So core is get component character. Add listener, log hit. Let's just check to see if it's actually doing that. Yo, thanks for the follows. I haven't been able to read anyone's follow events. One sec, pals. Hey, Janissary TV, thanks for the follow. Alpha Technology, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so they logged it. It happened. Which means on update, this script, as long as it's running, what it should be doing is setting all of the floats for what's happening with the enemy on its sprite. Like on the material, it should be setting the variables to make it turn red and make it flash and whatever. We don't need this combat shader anymore. It's just character shader manager. And it's plugged into here. I don't even know if I need it to be plugged into here, but what uses this thing? Oh, literally nothing. So it's not even something that gets used in the game. I don't know. I could probably take it away, to be honest. Why don't I do that? 3, 2, 1, go. One less thing to worry about. Let's call this a sensor behavior. Let's try this. So what I just did was I removed a reference to something that lived at the top of my state machine for all of my characters in my game. And instead I made it plug itself in using a system that I call sensor behavior. So sensor behavior and behavior states are two kinds of objects that anything that has, like anything that's a state machine, like a character, when it, like anything that's part of the state machine core, what it does is it, when it awakens, it goes and finds all of the behavior states and the sensor behavior. Not this one here. I think it happens at one level up. Character. I think character does it. Sensor behavior. So it actually just finds all of the sensor behaviors that are on the game object and says, okay, all of you guys, I am your core. I am the thing that drives, I'm the thing at the top of your state tree. So I wouldn't have to plug it in anymore, basically. That's all. As long as it's on the game object, it'll find itself. Problem is, it still isn't gonna, it's not making it red. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It must be that the shader's wrong. Like, it has to be that. Like, something's happening on the material, I guess. But the material is just a sprite. Oh, unless I'm setting the material in the character itself. I don't think so. No. Oh, unless it's setting it every single frame. But it shouldn't be doing that either. And in fact, I think it only logs the hit once. Let's see. So on our enemy shader, enemy Shader 2. Gradient flash happens. This is the hurt state. With time, which is time. So, assuming that we've got this set up right, we should be able to log this thing going from 0 to 1. And we should be able to assume that this thing is always on top. Unless this is false. Time is greater than 0 and time is less than... I have no idea what this is. Something. Probably shouldn't be doing logic in this, but anyway. Stuff's happening all the time, isn't it? No. It's actually playing through. Okay. So, at the very least, the script is doing its job. But, again, the material, animated or sprite rendered on material, I mean... I don't really know what's going on here. Like, that's the enemy material. I think that's the same material that we're looking at for everything else. So it sits on shader graph, enemy shader, and then it's enemy material. If I go to the Hunden or the Dandelion Vine, and I go to its sprite, and I go to its thing, it's the same material. So if the same thing is getting set on the same property of the same material, and we know that it's getting run, why isn't it not turning red? Why isn't it working? Actually, no idea. Yo, YouTube, we're still live, right? Cool. I think we are. Wasn't sure for a sec there. Cool. Yeah, really annoying. I actually have no idea why it's not working. Unless like this sprite has something that's overwritten. No. I don't know. It's really annoying. I mean, it's there. It's using the shader. I wish I could poll this thing. Like, if I do this... Oh shoot, look at this, it's red. It knows what it's supposed to be showing us. But it didn't actually do it. Actually, do you know what? This might be a factor of the fact that it dies in one hit or something like that. Like the sprite renderer disappears immediately, but that's, I'm pretty sure what happens to the other thing too. The plot thickens. So like this guy, has a sprite renderer. And I missed. And I shoot and I missed. So that went red, yeah? The sprite is disabled. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think the two shards in the scanline death, they're taking on the color of the parent. I think. It says flash color here, and it's red, and it's got a transparency to it. Okay, let's see if that's what's happening with the book moth. I think I might have missed that. All right. Wait, they're not disabled in the scene? That's weird. Okay. Is it that they don't have a hurt sheet? Ah, nothing here. Okay. Well, maybe we can just try to update this a little bit. Nope. That frame there, I mean, that's... Make these go fully red, and they have scanline matte on them. And if I go to scanline depth, they say sprite A material is sprite A is a new material based on that. And then set float offset, offset. Wait, but then how do we set the color? Set color, tint to the flash color. Haha, discount concrete. You'll get there. Setup is actually a really annoying process. It's a bit unfortunate. It might not be doing the state. I see. Okay. I got it. Yep, that's it there. It's not doing this. Because it doesn't use the conventional state system that the rest of my game runs on. It's doing its own thing. And unfortunately, there you go. So hey, we got it. That's better. I was thinking about the drop happening on Prepare to Die. The gist is it's an action adventure. It's a side-scrolling action platformer. So you can do combat. You can get destroyed. There is a story as well, obviously. And you play as a character named Armin. He's the son of a blacksmith. And basically in this world, as you learn in the game, blacksmithing is kind of like the it's like a gateway to controlling magic. So they infuse weapons and stuff with magic. So that's all in the plot. Magic has been lost for centuries, but the main character's father, who disappeared 1 year ago, leaves the player character Armin to take up the trade, basically, to replace him. And as you play through the game, you realize that there's so much more to blacksmithing than your father let on, and that's going to become really, really clutch in the impending invasion that threatens to take over the country that he lives in. So a war is about to break out, an invasion's about to take place, and this character Armin finds himself as the only one with the knowledge and capacity to shape the future of to shape the outcome of the war, with the secrets of blacksmithing left behind by his father. So you go across the game to different regions, trying to basically follow in your father's footsteps and find hidden, not relics, but crafting related stuff that the enemy is also trying to find. So it's a little bit like if you've watched like Avengers, like Endgame, like Infinity War, that kind of thing. It's a little bit that, because these gems have such power, and it's a bit like the weapon in the game is like the Infinity Gauntlet, except it's a sword. It's like a grail. So you go through the game, you discover all these different what they call crucibles, and they're places where you learn new platforming abilities by essentially praying or like crafting at these crucibles. So I'll just like skip you here down to one. So you kind of find yourself in these like temples. And then you take the energy from fallen enemies in the level and you craft them into the sword, and then you learn new abilities, and then you can use those abilities to go through the level in ways that you couldn't before. So you can now run up walls, that kind of thing. I will be releasing on Steam, yeah. There is an itch demo, but it doesn't have any of this magic system in it. It's a puzzle platformer, so you get the abilities in each level, and whenever you leave the level, the abilities disappear. So you can unlock them permanently, but you don't have access to them unless you defeat an enemy with that ability type. So yeah, like in this case, there are 4 slots in the top right, in the top left, and the abilities fall into one of each of the 4 colors. So in this case, we just got a second green ability and it replaced the previous one. So this one lets us do like a second jump in the air. And if we go back to the first one, we can get that instead, and that lets us do that little backflip. So again, we can't get up here with this ability because there's nothing to wall ride up. So instead we use this ability, and now we can get up. And there are also combat abilities too. The engraving mechanic, so like in this level, because we just changed scenes, we have to collect the abilities again. I did remove them for now. In the demo, they're not there anymore. Just because I feel like I just wanted to streamline it a little bit. Oh, can I not get up here? Hang on. There we go. So the goal is to really, every level is a puzzle, and that puzzle involves defeating the enemies in the level and then finding your way to platform around. And there's going to be like 16 or so abilities, and as you play through the game, every chapter you beat, you get access to a permanent ability slot, so you can start building like a loadout of like, oh, I always want this ability and I always want this ability, stuff like that. Those might be on a resource later. It's a bit Super Smash Brothers, isn't it? He's got all the kit. He actually kind of is a Smash Brothers character already. So you've got like, you know, you've got the up air, down air, fair. You've got parry. These are your B attacks. And then side B would be this. You've got the ledge mechanics. So you can, oh, hang on. You can cling to a ledge. You can wall slide. You can ledge jump. You can even roll. You can do tilts. Maybe not in Smash Brothers, maybe in Rivals of Aether. You could do short hop, you could do full jump. You could do B reversals. Not B reversals, what's it called? Like reverse aerial rush. Yeah, I know. I did make this game. That's probably too much though. That's probably too much. This project since 2017. All right. I've spent too much time. It's now 5 o'clock. I feel like the book moth is okay. The dust we can probably work on right now. Let's go fix it. Yeah, that's no good. All right, how are you set up, buddy? Got the character shader manager on you. Input self-awareness. No self-awareness. No target awareness. No stun. Okay. We don't have... Literally, we don't have anything. So we need a split scan. Scan line death. Plug that in there. And then it should have a death state. And then the only thing we need to do is we've got dust. Okay. Okay. Well, we can then do just... what we did with the other one. Is the library a new section? It's a new version of an older section. Hey, the Guitar Assassin, welcome. I've migrated from YouTube to Twitch. Me and a friend are developing a game in our free time, and your tutorials have been amazing for me. Thank you so much. Even if the game never sees the light of day, game design and art have been so much fun. Yeah, game design is really fun. If I can keep doing this for the rest of my life, I just will. I'll just do it. Secret stuff off stream. Right now, I'm like going as fast as I possibly can towards, that's much better. As fast as I possibly can towards like having this demo be functional. We do work on stuff off stream, but it's not like I have secretly like 5 hours a day or like 2 hours a day or even like 45 minutes a day to just work on Easter eggs. That's kind of more later. I mean, I work like at least 8 hours a day. So I only stream for like 5. That's really good. That's great. Yeah, that's all I do. I just work on the game. I mean, yeah, I'll probably have to do the final boss off stream. Can't spawn them again. Okay, let's figure out why. Oh, they're not even getting enabled again. I hate this script. I hate it. Can you mirror the effect you do? Which effect? From the dust? Yeah, I can mirror it. So it did try to respawn him. But he's still not spawned. He actually just turns himself off every time. Okay. Let's go have a look. Oh, he dies instantly over and over again. So how does it know when to die? I actually don't know. This is some really old code before I wrote my state machine system. So I don't actually know what happens here. Oh, I see. So health is 0. I think actually we just need to make this happen. If we go over here and call respawn, oh, but that's what that does. Start respawn, health equals health, that equals that. Oh, very strange. Let's have a look at him again. I have this thing where I've just, for whatever reason, I never make the health public. And it's so important that I'm able to see that, but I've just never done it before. Like, I've just hidden it in the inspector, but I probably shouldn't do that. Also, I've got this thing called base health and max health. Oh, VLong. I've actually got a video on state machine systems. I kind of describe it already in that video. So his health is, he's got 100 health right now. But he's trying to die constantly. So why is that? What is it that could make him think that he's dead? Because this being 0 is the reason why he dies in the first place. It is fun working on my own stuff. It is a lot of pressure too. It's really hard, but I like to do it. My game's also like so ambitious for dumb reasons. What is a state machine system? I can tell you that. All right. A state machine, really, really simply put. I've got a video all about it. You should check it out on my channel. But it basically is this. You've got a character. That's your character, right? Your character can be doing one of a number of things at any one time. These are states. The thing that chooses which state to be doing at any one time is the state machine. So it's the ability to define states and then have one that's the active state and play that state until it's finished and then pick a different one. That's the most basic definition. That's called a finite state machine. So you have like a number of things you can do. You have something that determines which thing you should be doing right now, and then plays it back. Like operates it, tells it to do its thing. Okay. So I don't need any of this. No worries. I'm still confused. Why this is happening. Maybe I should turn on the debugger. I gotta get used to doing that. It's so much more efficient to do it now because of my computer being so much faster that I actually don't, like, I need to get used to trying to use it. Because otherwise I'm just, you know. Oh, it got there. Okay. So what is the output of these? Can I not check this stuff? Like how this evaluated? So that's true. That's true. And it's doing death state. Yeah. Okay. I think the condition for dying is still true. And this maybe isn't enough. I could try forcing it. Wait a second. This overrides respawn. Is this even getting called? That would be important. Oh. Works now. Oh, no it doesn't. This isn't getting cold. Which gets cold when? Oh, I think I need to actually call respawn on the dust. I've got start respawn. That's not the same. Oh, weird. Okay, whatever. I mean, we could just... I think this... One of these is going to set the game object to active. So then I don't need to do this. Did I have experience writing code? I did, yeah. Don't know what that is. Is she gonna spawn? In fact, she didn't spawn anything. Wait, what is this? Oh, she calls respawn on him to begin with. And then this is me trying to shortcut this. Wait a second. Hang on. Can I not set this? Oh, I can force it that way. Okay. Hey, Bananen. Welcome. Oh, thanks for watching. Hey, Fair. What's going on? Was Terry Davis the best programmer in the world, considering he created his own language, Holy See, on his own compiler, his physics engine and operating system? I wouldn't say so. I think the best programmer in the world is maybe Doug Engelbart. Maybe. I don't know if that's fair. I think that's who I'm thinking of, Doug Engelbart. Hey, we got him. Ouch. Cool. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more engineer than programmer. Hey, Mokolax. I think for everybody else on YouTube, you should be able to watch it at 1080p, right? John Carmack. John Carmack might be the best. If you make rockets and VR headsets and you worked on some of the best games at the time when you were making games, you kind of win. It's very hard to compete with that. Yeah, Carmack is definitely up there. If we're just talking about programmers rather than engineers, yeah, it's probably Engelbart probably doesn't reach up there. These guys need to hit harder. This needs to do a bit more poise damage. That's better. Well, that was solved, so I'll disconnect that now. And then it's kind of annoying that one line of code can break it like that, but that's life. So what do we do? There was a spawn issue when it was like loading up. Yeah, it's got like different colors. Yeah, what gives? What the hell did I just do? Oh man, they're both in. I'm going to pin my project to my quick access. Oh, how do I do it? Anyway, enemies, sprites, where are we? It's going good, Keck. Okay, I'm good. Got it. Okay. Oh, cool. They're already there and they're already split up and everything. Huh. Okay. Sick. And it's dead center, right? Nice. Yes. Except it's flipped. That's not flipped. Facing right, facing right, facing right, facing right. Face Armin. Okay, good. I don't like that they don't face me. Weird. Do I have accessibility features planned? Yeah, I do have some planned, but they're not in the game right now. And it's kind of they might have to come at the end, and I'm not sure to what extent I'll be able to support them yet. I don't know if it's possible to do like an update. I've got some grant funding. This is actually really important. I've got some grant funding, and part of the grant funding, part of the application was that I would make a commitment towards accessibility. Now, I have no problem, what's the word? Putting the time and energy into those features. But the deadline that I've set, that I might not be able to get those features in by that deadline. So I wonder if my pledge, if they're okay to accept that as being on the final release versus in the demo. I mean, it probably should be in the demo, but the demo is going to update. So like, can I do DLC for the demo? Can I do patches? I'll have to ask them. Whoops. Oh, none of the doors work. That's great. Also, my dusts don't spawn. Why all this code? What is this? Watch this. Done. Still didn't work. Where are those triggers at? Wait, where is the trigger? Oh, does the torch have it on its rigid body? What the heck? Hang on. Yes. But Armin won't touch that. Okay. Well, let's make it easy for us, shall we? Oh, I see. I need to know if it's Armin's sword versus his body. What did I call this thing? Layer. I thought I called it Layer Manager. Layer List? No. Layer Ref. Self-imposed rules for sprite frames. To do with what? How to draw them, or their size, or... This is still looking great. I friggin' love this scene. It's looking so good. I wish I could just keep it. frames in an animation for length and smoothness. Usually I just play, I mean, there are some self-imposed rules. It really depends. Like, not this. I never get that right. So like this, like 8 frames for a run cycle is pretty typical for me at 10 frames per second. This might be faster than 10. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a bit faster than 10. It's about 12. That's pretty typical for me because you want an even number. If it's going to loop left leg, right leg, you need the same amount of frames for each leg. So stuff like that's pretty common. I always give a little extra padding, about 1 16 pixel block around the sprite, just to give it a bit of extra in case I want to do like shader stuff with it. I don't usually smear anymore. I used to. Hey Nemo Runs, welcome. That's a little bit high, isn't it? Why does this door not have a door appearance? That's weird. How does it know? Oh. Oh, because it's not a door prefab. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, and these don't have player detectors. Oh, that's why. Well, let me do this. Now they all have one. See if that does anything. Oh, okay. No. This is why you do prefabs. Damn it. I don't want to go through all these. Well, this seems kind of like... I should... You know what? I should probably just build it back to where it was. Then I can run through the game. And then we can do whatever we need to do. Oh, it's just so painstaking. Okay, well... I don't want to do this by hand. I really don't. Like, look at this. It's a mess. Could do that, but I shouldn't. I really should have just made these things like prefabs, you know? I should still be making them prefabs. How long is the current gameplay? I don't know. I haven't played through it recently. We've changed a lot of stuff, so it might be like an hour and 20 at this point. What is this? Steady video game. Presentation can be read below. I've never seen this before. Sorry, I just saw this was like posted by our composer in the chat. Not in the chat, in my Discord. in our work Discord. Let's have a look. State of video gaming. Wow. Yeah, let me link it. I'll link it to chat if you want. I'll link it in Discord too. Cool. Post-pandemic pullback is an insufficient explanation for gaming's contraction and stall. Spending on books, music, and video continue to grow. Huh. Not only does the video gaming industry now fall short of global growth benchmarks, it's actually shrinking in real terms. Games are becoming too expensive. It's not just spend that's declining, players are too. Average playtime has partly recovered. It's most because less engaged players stop playing entirely. Huh. Yeah, big flops. Yeah. VC content funding has plummeted to 77%. That's massive. Yeah, damn. Average investment dollars comes from smaller average investment rounds, but also fewer rounds and far fewer investors. Many of the independent studios founded in 2019 are closing because they can't find VC or publisher funding and needed to finish their games. Employees have been hit hard, suffering from back-to-back record layoffs. Great. What game makers need is growth. Gaming stocks have underperformed. Most have lost 10 to 80% of their value. Damn. Well, Ubisoft for sure. Konami's gone up, but they've gone into gaming, like casino stuff. And behind the headline layups, there's also still meaningful. There is still meaningful hiring. Well, that's not what I wanted. Whoops. Most publishers will have more employees in 2025 than 2022, even in net acquisitions. So what's going on? No industry has a right to grow several times faster than the global current real GDP, let alone for a decade. Gaming achieved it through several concurrent growth engines: mobile, free-to-play, live services, These several growth engines grew the video gaming industry's players and playtime spend while strengthening the network effects. Sure. Yeah, of course. These are big games. Yet, the old growth engines are mostly exhausted. There are few high-value mobile players left to add, no new playtime to find, few games to add, battle passes, etc. Yeah. Yeah. With video gaming's growth engine slowing, it's less surprising that participation, engagement, and spend are all waning. Okay, this is a huge document. The mobile marketplace. I don't really care about that. Can I skip? How much and where console PC has grown. That's what I really want. Oh, wow. 2012 is Gen 8? What? Why are we talking about 2020? Why are we talking about 2013? Did I say 2012? 2012 outpaced 2005. So like, what about the current gen? Total console content spend is $1 billion higher in 2024 than it was in 2011. Wow, mobile is so big, man. Yet all Gen 7 and 8 growth is Nintendo. But why is this like old? Why is this like a decade old at most? Like, you can't talk about pandemic if your consoles are pre-pandemic consoles. Do you know what I mean? It's so weird. Like, there's no, we're talking about like 15-year-old stats here. Who did this? Okay. I think this is true. I believe this. Nintendo went from having 2 major platforms per generation to 1. And that's why the Switch is a success. It's not that it's the most successful console of all time just because. It's literally just they don't have 2 consoles anymore. They could have got my money twice if they had a handheld and a home console. The decline of handheld revenues also offsets roughly half of living room growth. It actually makes it really hard to do the data analysis because of the Switch. Because you literally have to count them twice or not count them at all when you're talking about handheld versus console. Net sales delta of Generation 9 compared to Generation 8. So PlayStation's underperforming is what, and Xbox, but a lot of it is PlayStation underperforming compared to its previous success. It's a lot of data. This is cool. Wow, a lot of Chinese players. That's crazy. Look at this. And Russian. And I mean English too, but a lot of growth in China. That's crazy. Largest share of Steam users now use Chinese as a default client language. Alright, Insignia needs a Chinese version, for sure. That's crazy. Yeah. Damn. We're seeing it. Oh yeah, and of course Genshin Impact and stuff. That's massive. How are we still like 73 pages in? Is all of this like index? What is this? Whoa. This last section is 100 pages. It's on the Discord, Pleasant Pie. Without many new players, console PC growth relies on pricing, yet publishers struggle to keep them. Each decade, packaged prices fall 10 to 20% in real terms. In nearly all media categories, consumers expect and digest annual inflation adjustments. Several categories have massively increased real pricing over time. Wow. Packaged prices may matter less given DLC and microtransaction lifestyle instruments. The spend ceiling, yet real spending has grown only modestly. Yeah. Interesting. Well, this is it right here. This is the BS. It's like, why are you spending billions of dollars on games when no one's going to get anything out of that? That's the big issue. Yeah, look at this. Final Fantasy 13. That's 100 million. I don't know what MM is, but, well, Final Fantasy's actually stayed pretty good. But Call of Duty, like, no wonder Activision's just falling apart. You guys are spending, you spent 50 million here, and then you spent as much as 10 on Modern Warfare 1. Like, maybe you can afford to do that, but like, damn. These should have lines drawn between them. Inflation. Yeah, Halo. Man, Halo 6, I don't even... It's not even on my radar, and I love Halo. When did that game come out? 2022? Supply of games. Yeah, huge supply. Wow. %80 of the releases didn't qualify for Steam's full social feature functionality. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Does anyone know? As in, like, Steam didn't promote them? 150 fewer Steam releases grossed over 100,000 than in 2016. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, look at that. That's damning. You can't see this. Hang on. I wish I could scale this up, but it literally won't do it. This says 150 fewer Steam new releases grossed over 100K in 2024 compared to 2016. Fewer made 100K. That's crazy. Steam users only play 4 games in a year. 8-year-old games are getting 40% of total playtime. Oh, that's an indictment, man. New games suck. And among the thousands of annual releases, number one gets 20% of sales, and number 10 takes 60. One to 10 takes 60. So 60% of sales goes to the top 10 games. Damn. Oh, look at that. 60% is always on games as a service titles. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yep. That's pretty funny. They're actually using maths to describe this. What they're saying is, when lots of people network together and they play a game together, if you're playing the game and I'm playing the game, the influence of me or you playing, like if two of us are playing, your influence on the game is not just, oh, well, there's two people playing, I'll play. It's actually like multiplied, because for every person you add, everybody gets more incentivized to play. So like this guy plus this guy plus this guy, okay, that's 3 people playing, 3 people are incentivized to play. But if you add one guy to this list, everybody is incentivized to play, not just by one, but like a factor of 1, but like he has an effect on this person and this person and this person. So the whole system gets more, the peer pressure to play the game that one person adds is it's like hard to break away from that perception of like, oh, everyone's playing, you know, everyone's playing, I gotta play. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, look at this. Life to date unit sales for Spider-Man. Doot, doot, doot. Production budget. Doot, doot, doot. That's complete nonsense. Yeah, this is huge, actually. This point here is actually insane. Let me see if I can help you see this, pals. Let me see if I can shrink this down a little bit. This is crazy because if you spent $70 on a game and then a sequel comes out, you can't be more than 100% likely to buy the next one. You're either going to buy it or you're not. So they can at best only get exactly as many sales as they got on the previous game, unless they can somehow convince people to buy the sequel who didn't buy the original. And that's really hard to do. So you're kind of capped, right? Like you can't, if this game makes a certain amount of money, like you're not gonna like get more people. You're not gonna get more money just because you made a sequel. Final Fantasy VII Remake has the same issue. Like, you're not gonna... You know, you're not gonna play Rebirth if you didn't play Remake. And when Rebirth comes out, maybe you go and get Remake and then play Rebirth, but like not at full price. To endure, live service titles need to replace a user's existing weekly to daily habit, which makes feature content like launch an even greater challenge. Yeah, it's really, really hard. It's really hard to get people away from Fortnite and to your game that you've just released, because you've only got one game. You've only got one release's worth of stuff. Wow, look at this. It's hard to even get into this. In a sentence. Okay, I'll leave this with you guys and then I'll head off from this conversation. Very insightful. I mean, it's nothing I didn't know already, unfortunately. I think that's just the way. I think it's like you just kind of we've been feeling this for a long time, but it doesn't discourage me. I think people still have a hunger for like really good games. I know I do. All right. What do I want to do with this? Yeah, I think that's the case, Sub-Zero. I feel like indie games are like almost shielded from this stuff just because they are they're just so much more viable to make. Yeah, I think this is like I mean, I want to say in a broad way, like, people don't like crap that's made to make money. Like, just make substance. Don't make crap. is the background color. Can I go darker? I can. Sure you can. What? I hate how that happens. You click a thing, you get the thing, you press copy, and then it doesn't copy half the time. You always have to do it twice. At least I always have to do it twice. It does feel darker, but I don't know if it's worth it. Oof. Hey, Tyranno. It's going well. I did. Everything in Sprite. All right. Well, this is feeling like really cool, but I really want a background. It's 6:15 now, though. I think the challenge here... Hey, Peter. How's it going? The challenge here, if I compare the two versions that I've got, it's that I actually really like the old version where everything felt quite close and then you could see stuff far away. I like that quite a lot. You know, seeing like it feels like the space is accounted for and is close. Particularly like this idea that like if we're standing here, it's like there are bookshelves all the way here and then there might be a little column, but there are still bookshelves all along this way too. It feels like there's not a lot of empty void space for us to get lost in, right? Like the level is very close, even though it's big and expansive. Whereas the way that I've been doing it in this scene, when you put things in the parallax layer in the background, it does something, right? It says, hey, even though you've got this, what it does is it says, actually, there's a whole lot of flat here. Or in the background. And then there's like a column or something. And this empty space feels weird. It doesn't feel as complete to have that additional, like, to see the parallax like that feels like there's a big void where it's like, oh, but what's like between here and there? Like why is it that that's so far away? You know, it's a little weird. The parallaxing, it adds so much, but it also creates space. You know, I actually feel like what was better, because it does, I mean, like literally it creates empty space. Whereas in the other one, what's kind of interesting about it is at the very least, I can see the floor quite clearly. You know, this continuity of the tiles going all the way back feels really good. Oh. You know, being able to like track that. Now, I want these columns to be bigger. I want it to all feel grander. I think it's possible to do, but I need to make sure I maintain some of these elements. Mokalux says, is it a good idea to make a scene, for example, a forest scene, and build the level on top? What's the right order? Build the level and then the graphics? Collision and then graphics, I think. Well, you kind of approach it from two angles, right? There's like how it plays and how it looks. What I typically do is, if this is the end result, first you do a little mock-up. Right? You start on this side and you go, I'll just do a little mock-up. And that gives me inspiration for how it should play. Right? You think about the little mechanics that happen in the level, all that kind of stuff. Then you build how it plays. And you might need a little bit of shitty graphics, like prototype graphics, to get you to play it a little bit. But then once you know how it plays, you can start focusing on the looks a little bit. So you have to sort of do a little bit of both, back and forth. Call this gray box. So do a mock-up first, do some gray boxing, you know, do some temp art, do some prototyping with the temp art. So you're kind of going like this. That's what I try to do, because if you just do one all the way in, you don't know what the art needs to be, and it's hard to get inspired just using gray boxes the whole time. And if you just do the looks, you end up with something that's not practical. Like you end up with the pretty sprites that aren't the right size, not the right shape. You don't get interesting mechanics or stuff that just doesn't feel good because you didn't playtest it in a way that let you do that. It also depends on how much story is in your game. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about different things here. Like if we're talking about like it's so dependent on the genre too. Like in a game like this, how would I put this? you can have this exact conversation of plays versus looks at short-term gameplay versus long-term. So like this could be what you do in one screen. Like inside of a screen, there's like, oh, there's a little ladder and you can climb up it. Okay, you can do that in a room by yourself, you know, in a tiny little play sandbox area. But the long-term stuff about, oh, you can navigate around the world and you can backtrack and there are secrets and shortcuts. You can't solve any of these. You can't design this stuff in this context. So again, you're kind of in this situation where like you do want to think about the world you're making and how big it is and where things take place, right? You want to be like, oh, well, first we've got this is the world map and you want to start the game here and you got to go to this level and talk to this character. For the story's purposes, this is the mock-up, right? Having like the major scenes templated out, that is gray boxing for story across level design for story. But the question is, what is inside of these levels? They can just be flat ground, you know. If you're just trying to say you run over here and then you run over here, that's fine. The problem is what happens when you design the story, you haven't thought about mechanics at all, and then you do like final art on a scene that will need gameplay. That's bad. So it's just about understanding whatever phase you're at, what the success of this phase is dependent on. Like if it's just about pathing through the world and you're doing major plot beats, that's not dependent on how you get through one level necessarily, unless you haven't devised a way of exiting north or south through a level and you're only designing east and west, but actually later on you need like vertical traversal. Yeah, that's going to be based on what you can do here. But if you're just saying you go from this scene to this scene to this scene and these things happen in them, well, then you don't really need to worry too much about that. Understanding what the phase you're in is dependent on is like extremely important. And oftentimes the only way that anybody learns any of this stuff is getting it wrong for like 2 or 3 years and then eventually getting it right. I think I just need these levels to be just a bit more interesting. I mean, the chandeliers make it really interesting. It's got a very Duke's Archives vibe to it at the moment. I quite like it, actually. I think I like it. I think I just want these bookshelves to be a little bit more visually diverse. This is a bit flat. Hey, 8-Bit King, thank you so much. too textured there. Probably too much. I think it's more than that. I think it's more like they are a bit less flat, but I think it's actually also the space behind the darker parts could be darker. Like this could really just be that. The heck? And maybe we do. No. I don't know. Try that. A little better. I think it's more than that though. I think it's also like I gotta go soon, pals. View symmetry options. If I put No, it's not symmetrical. Hang on, one to the left. That's annoying. I'll just take all of this, shift it over by one, and now it be symmetrical. I just think interesting. Okay. I want them inset now. I changed my mind. Ah. Well, that's a bit better. Let's make it a bit different. Let's do it like let's make it maybe like a gold thing here, like a little. Though I don't understand why this is off. Now it's on. Better. Let's see if I over detailed it or did just enough. It's starting to look really cool. Hey Arya, I'm watching it. I've been watching it. New episodes just dropped today. We're up to date, I think. I think we're up to the last episode before the ones that just got released. Oh, this season is a really weird one. The people in it are strange. I'll just say that. It takes a while for it to like actually get kind of good. And it's like, I'm like, I don't know, 6-7 episodes in, and it's just now to a point where it's like, oh, like I'm excited for what's going to happen, I guess. It was really slow. It's a really slow start because they're all like, they picked a cast of people who are so similar to each other. Like the first, I don't know, 10 people on the island. So Singles Inferno, for those of you who don't know, it's a dating show. It's a South Korean dating show where they put a bunch of people on an island and they kind of have to ask each other out a bunch and go, if they ask each other out a bunch and then they go to this place called Paradise. It's like Dante's Inferno kind of thing. And you know, it's just dumb fun, kind of like Love Island sort of thing, but a bit more gentle. In any case, so this season, the issue I've had with it is that like they got like all of the boys and all of the girls who start are kind of like the same personality type at the beginning, and everyone who likes, like, they all have the same very polite, very mild-mannered way about them, I felt, which kind of made it hard because the personalities and the looks, they all look very similar. Like the way they style themselves is all, there's no one that's that, like, there's maybe like a couple that are distinct, but like they all sort of fall into this very like trendy thing. And it's not until there's like a girl that shows up in like episode 7 where it's like she makes everybody uncomfortable and it becomes like a totally different season, because she sort of just shakes up the whole thing and suddenly everyone's like, you know, feeling different about everything. But until that point, it's like, it's a bit of a slog. It was a little bit like that last season. There's a couple of characters, like there's a guy on episode 1 called Teo. From episode, well, he's in all the episodes, but like from episode 1, he kind of comes across as like he's going to be a massive eye roll character. Like he's just so cringe. And it's like, well, who is this guy? Like, why do they get him in here? But he's actually good value. What do you use Tiled for in your game? I use Tiled to do the actual layouts. So this is why I use Tiled, to do this. See? That's a bit more spooky. Oh, that's nice. That's good hierarchy. Easier to see where the level surfaces are now, but I think it should be a little bit further back, or these should be a little bit further forward. It does make it a little bit harder to spot the level geometry when this gold is like reflecting off of that. And in the past, I guess we were doing a bit more like I love how it looks like this is overhanging that and casting the shadow. That's so cool. What was I going to say? Yeah, I almost feel like you could do it twice. And then this one happens to be in front of middle ground 1 at like that, and make it like just a little bit like that. It's pretty good. I should stop being critical of it. I think we're at a place now where like, it looks good, Adam. Just let it be. Especially with the candles. I should have like... Is it the aesthetic or is the wooden bridge not straight? That's the aesthetic. It's supposed to look a bit like that. Hi. Yeah, I wanted it to look a little bit rickety. We could probably increase the contrast on these ones a little bit more. Oh, that's so cool. Makes it look like they're just peeking forward a little. Oh, breathtaking. A bit more. Oh, that's so cool. What the heck? Yeah, man. Oh, I love that. How much more work do you think it would take to have this floor and wall perspective compared to the flat 2D? Floor and wall. When you say flat 2D, I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like with the parallaxing? Or like the two versions I was comparing earlier? Oh, you mean like when you can see the floors and the walls. I see what you're saying. You're saying like the fact that I can see the floor where we're standing on. Yeah. It's a lot of extra work. Yeah. It's probably like almost double. Which is to say, I mean like, well, no, it depends. In this case, this is really straightforward. Like this tile set came together in like a few hours because it's just a zigzag pattern. Like it's not a big deal. But then it is a little bit like you have to kind of justify why you can see these things. And then as you go back into the background, if this was dead flat, you wouldn't even question how the depth works in the scene. But because you can see the floor here, you ask, oh, okay, but where's the rest of the floor? That's the only thing about it that's a bit weird. Otherwise, it just looks like a thin strip of level. You don't really think about what's behind it. So you have to do a little bit extra work in other areas. It starts to accumulate. Now, I don't mind that. I like it, but it would be different in different games. I want to do busts like this inside of this sort of stuff here, like almost like globes and busts and cabinets and stuff in this space. All right, pals, I gotta go, I think. I'm just gonna try something. I've gotten so much better at this from like when I first started. Oh no. Oh, that's annoying. All of them moved. Damn. That's really shitty. Not quite, but it is cool. Battery box. Is that what you want? To be disturbed? Or you want to be saved from your disturbance? That's not right. Instead, I think it's more like... Ding. To... Easier to just do it this way. Yeah, that's not good either. I think specifically because I've drawn it with depth, it doesn't really fit. It would need to be something more like a mural, like a carving, than a statue. I don't think a statue works there. I would have to put the statues elsewhere, like here. It's kind of cool. But you see how like adding them creates so much responsibility. It like creates the sense that there's nothing behind them. Anyway, cool. I'm happy with the work that I've done today. What is happening? Why is this having trouble committing? Commitment issues. Okay. Adds hedgehog hurt sound effects. Looks like Ocelot's been doing a fair bit of work today. Revert, reapply, added connections from there to there, merge development into design. Okay, there's a fair bit of work. We might be able to bring some of Ocelot's work in, but I don't want to jump into it just yet. I'll maybe do it tonight or something. All right, pals. That's it. That's my stream. Thank you so much for checking it out. For those of you on Twitch, let's find someone to raid and get out of here. And those on YouTube, I mean, you can join Twitch if you like and go find our next streamer. Hey, that's me. That's not who we're raiding. All right, who we got? Booyah. Let's go raid Booyah. I like Ryan art too. He's cool. All right. Thanks, pals. Hey, if you like my content, Those of you on Twitch, go check me out on YouTube. And those of you on YouTube, if you like my content, you can become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice, patreon.com/AdamCEunice. You can also throw me a super chat if it's something that you're interested in doing and supporting the stream. Those of you on Twitch, you can sub if you like, and if you have a Twitch Prime, you can do a Twitch Prime sub for nothing. You just support me, and it helps me out. That's it. I'll be back tomorrow for more game dev. I'll see you all then. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.